All right, this says we're live. I'm going to double check everything, make sure everything's working. Then I'll be back to chat and make sure everyone's good to go. I forget that YouTube. Okay, cool. Everything's working the way it's supposed to be. Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes. And we're here to do some productivity writing sprints. If you are writing, if you're not writing, that's okay too. I'm curious about whatever you're working on, whenever you're working on it. Already the chat's been lively. We have Sarah here saying hi. And then JC is also here. Both of you were here before I got here, and I was here almost an hour early. So, like, congrats, but at the same time, are you guys okay? No, for real. Thank you for being here. I am doing good. Let's see. There we go. JC is playing around with Notion at the moment, probably. Okay. I have been a Notion fan since I was first introduced to it, since Carol was like, hey, you might like this, and showed me how cool her setup was. I have been using it since that day, almost nonstop. However, I set up a reading log, and there are just some things that I read a ton. I have read over 150 books this year alone. Now, to be fair, a lot of them are audiobooks. I work night shift. I work by myself, and I can listen to because I listen to it on like 1.25 speed. I can listen to a 9 to 10 hour audiobook at my 8-hour job. So I've read a ton of books this year. Plus, Amazon has this thing where they put out like these Amazon originals every once in a while, and they put out like 6 shorts at one time, and I tend to go through the entire series whenever they put those out, but that's besides the point. So I've read a lot, and Notion doesn't like it. It has gotten so laggy because I have so much stuff on it, and then there's just some things that it's like, I want to do this one thing, and it won't because it's not capable of doing that one thing yet, and I'm just like, I want to burn it all to the ground and just start from scratch, which is what always happens with Notion, which is part of the reason I haven't done any kind of like Notion tours, is because every time I finally get to a place where I'm like, okay, this is cool, I can finally show someone, that's when I'm like, I hate it all, let's start from scratch all over again. So that's currently where I stand with Notion, and because of that, I have actually been transferring all of my books to a version. So QWERTY has this spreadsheet that she put out for, I cannot pronounce it, it's the hardest reading challenge you've ever done or something like that. It's the reading challenge she created that she started on her birthday and is going into like July of next year. And I made a copy and tweaked that spreadsheet with all the information that I generally keep in my Notion, and I've just been putting the books there instead because I've just been so annoyed with Notion. So the long and short of it is that I love Notion, but I've put too much into it, and now it's like, help me. So yeah, Sarah spent the day in Stardew Valley. It's time to wind down and do something useful. I have been doom scrolling most of the day, and by doom scrolling, I mean I like find a Facebook video, reel, whatever you want to call them, short, and I just watch it, and then I scroll to the next one, and then I watch that one, and I scroll to the next one, and I just watch that one, and I scroll to the next one, and I've just been doing that off and on all day between naps. You want to know what I was supposed to do today? I was supposed to clean up the library so I could be in it tonight. That didn't happen. We need to clean up. We got most of the stuff out of the library. There's a few things box-wise that I need to get out of the library before I can bring in a heater. Because that's the whole point, is that we were trying to clean it up to make it less of a fire hazard so that I could bring in a heater so I could be warm during my live streams. Because there's no ventilation in there. And there's no heat in there. So it's very fucking cold since there's snow on the ground outside now. We got our first real snow Thursday night, Friday morning. And as of today, there's like 5 inches on the ground. So it's great. It's great. But I wanted to play games today. But that means being in the library on my desktop. And it's cold in there. Because that's usually what I do on my Saturdays when I don't have to go around to doing errands, is I go play video games all day long, and I haven't been able to do that for a while. Because it started getting cold even before the snow started falling. Like, it's been in the 40s and 30s at night, and then in the 80s during the day. It's been fantastic. The weather has been very bipolar. But anyways, okay, so JC said, yes, I didn't want to be late, so I pulled you on the other tab. I am happy you're here. Thank you for being here. I love you. All right, so if you are new to my channel, the way I usually do stuff is I will pull up a timer, and we'll do 4 25-minute sprints. And during those sprints, I will have a writing prompt on the screen. You don't have to write on that prompt. It's just there if you feel like writing, but you don't know what you want to write about. Maybe it'll give you some inspiration. So we're going to get that set up because I don't have my timer up. Ooh, hello, Dark Project. Dark Project is here. I worked from 9 to 3, and I've been just hibernation level eating all afternoon. Going to try to talk some words. Yes, speaking of talking words, so I've been watching Alyssa in the books, and she's been doing dictation. It's been really interesting. She's been doing daily vlogs. I'm like 3 days behind. So my watch list is basically me just on a daily basis adding in the new videos, but there's so many people doing like daily vlogs or even weekly vlogs currently because of all the November writing challenges that I have not been able to get my watch list below 30 videos, and I'm always like 4 or 5 days behind. You would think that's what I would have been doing today, is catching up on that. But no, I was not. So I discovered that Scrivener on my iPad does dictation the way I'm used to doing it in Dragon. I have on my desktop, I have Dragon Naturally Speaking Professional 13. I probably got the order of all that mixed up, but basically I can do transcription where I would use an app on my phone, record audio, and then I would transfer that file to Dragon, and Dragon would transcribe it to me. And I just discovered the other day that Scrivener on my iPad does the same thing. So I was like, oh, game changer. So I'm going to be, not tonight, but soon, I'm going to be playing around with dictation on my tablet. Because do you know how much writing I could get done? Instead of listening to audiobooks, I could be getting writing done during my 8-hour shift at work. I mean, I already talk to myself at work anyways. Why not be productive while talking to myself? I'm just saying. See. Yes, Alyssa is, I love her. She's fun. Her videos are entertaining, and I always learn at least something from every single one of them, even if she's not trying to teach anything, just because of the shenanigans she always has going on. I found her right before she started doing the nano vlogs. The funny thing is there's so many people I have found during November that I'm pretty certain like 90% of the people I've subscribed to, I found at some November during the past 6 years I've been on YouTube. Gonna watch her new video in a few minutes. Yeah, I think I'm still like 3 days behind in my videos. And that's okay, because it is very awkward, which is why I'm not going to do it tonight. It's definitely something that I have to get back in the habit of. And the way I train myself to do it is I take stuff that's already published. Like I have this book here. I don't even know it's covered in dust. I'm sorry. Dust and dog hair. I don't know what it's doing here. It's on my nightstand for some reason. I don't know what I was doing. I haven't read it. Don't even know how long it's been there. But I'll take something that's already published and I'll use that to practice dictation on, just to kind of get myself in the habit of it. Ew. I understand how tired I was going to be. That's okay. If you need to go to sleep, because it's like, I don't remember, I can't remember if you're Central, if you're Eastern, but I know it's like midnight Eastern time. So it's okay if you need to go go to sleep. Like if my husband comes in here, because this morning when he woke up, he was feeling sick. When he got home from work, he was feeling fine. But if he comes in here and says, I'm not feeling good, I will move my happy ass to the kitchen so that he can go to sleep. And I'll kick the kids off the TV in the living room just so there's no noise in the background. It doesn't bother me. Yes, dust and dog hair. I was rereading through my other manuscripts to train my dragon on my style. Yes. The one thing I do have to do with dragon is I have to teach it names because I have a slight lisp that you just probably heard. And so any name doesn't matter if it has an S in it or not. For some reason, I cannot pronounce names in a way that Dragon understands me. I could be saying Fred, and it'll write some nonsense word that I was not even saying. Don't ask me why I used Fred as an example. It's just the first thing that popped in my head. All right, we are 10 minutes into this, and we have not started a sprint. So let me get everything ready to go. I don't even have a timer up. Because I'm a slacker. Move tab to new window. Open window so I can actually see it and use it. Present. Share screen. Kitty cat. There we go. So here is our timer. Why does it always do that view? There we go. We are going to do 25 minutes. And we're going to get some stuff done. I watched clips from the, I don't know what year it came out, newer animated Scooby-Doo film that I actually really liked. That was like the origin film when they were like met each other as like little kids and Shaggy met Scooby for the first time. Maybe that's where it came from. I've been thinking about that off and on all day because every once in a while I think about the fact that Kate Kavanaugh wants to do this like Scooby-Doo-esque story, and I'm like, I love those types of mystery capers. Like, those are my jam. And if I wrote middle grade, that's the kind of story I would want to write. And so maybe that's why I've been thinking about it off and on. I don't know. My brain does weird things, and I've just learned to accept it. There are things that I think about, and someone else talks to me, and they're like, where in the world did you get that? And I was like, well, I was thinking about this, which made me think about this, which made me think about this, which made me think about this, which led me to this, and led me to this. And yeah, none of those things are anything related. Yes, Scooby-Doo meets Princess Bride. And I love both those things. So like that, I can't wait until she actually starts doing that, because to me, that's going to be fascinating. But anyways, here we go. Let's get this prompt up. Oh, I forgot to delete the ones from Friendsgiving. We did a Friendsgiving Sprintathon last weekend, and it was a lot of fun, but I didn't delete those prompts. Here we go. Here is our first prompt for today. 25 minutes. We're going to write. I'm going to be muted during this. Again, you don't have to write the prompt if you don't want to. It's just there if you need some inspiration. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I was putting clothes away for the first half of that sprint, the first 15 minutes of that sprint. I've still got more clothes to put away, but I was like, I want to do something else. So I started working on, I've been filming vlog clips all month long, even though I haven't like been posting anything. Because what I wanted to try to do was do like a month long vlog versus like a weekly vlog. I have doubts that's going to work. I feel like I talk too much for that, and my vlogs are going to be very long, but we shall see what happens and how that works, and I'm going to attempt it. If it turns out I've got too much footage for a single vlog, I will cut it down and I will have learned my lesson. But I wanted to try something new. I'm trying a new like style and format. Not style as in the like how I vlog clips, but like how I put it together and present it, basically. So I've changed that up. I'm going to be trying that, and yeah, we'll see how it works. And if I can't do one a month because I just have too much footage, I will do 2 a month. I'll go back to doing like bi-weekly vlogs if I can, and then I will kind of try to have each one have a specific theme, which is what I'm going for. I wanted to start like doing themes where I talk about specific things around like everything that's going on. If you hear that sound in the background, I think there's a dog under my bed. I'm pretty certain there's a dog under my bed, and they are snoring heavily. I don't know which of the 3 dogs that is because all 3 were in here at one point, and now I don't see any, but that doesn't mean there's none's in here because I definitely hear snoring in the background. And it just got louder when I started talking, as if they're trying to drown me out. So that's fantastic. Dark Project got 416 words. It's awesome. You mentioned Dragon earlier as far as like what you're using for dictation. Which Dragon software are you using? Just because I'm curious and nosy and want to know all the things. Because I've had my copy of Dragon. I got the disc copy right before Dragon stopped doing that. And now I think they have Dragon Anywhere, which is an app, and that's if there's even still doing that. So I'm curious what you have and what you're using as far as Dragon goes. JC, stop laughing at me. Don't worry, I'm laughing at me too. It's great. It's fantastic. Oh, googly moogly. I have a sneaking suspicion. I've been doing all these video clips and vlog clips, and I have tried filming. I figured out what was going on with my camera. So one of the things I've been struggling with is I film with my phone, and there was an update. My husband was telling me the other day, he was like, my alarm didn't go off because my phone had an update. And I was like, that's funny. Mine didn't have one. But then I realized the next day that was when I started thinking back, and I was like, I've been having problems with my clips. My audio has not been syncing with my video clips. There's been other things like every once in a while I'm filming, I won't notice it sometimes, but every once in a while I'll catch it where it says film video size capacity reached, and it stops filming, but it will still show that it's filming. It just stops saving the footage. And I was like, what is going on? So like I would be talking for 30 minutes filming these videos, and I would upload it to my computer, and there's like a minute worth of footage. And it turned out that my phone had done an update, and it reset all my camera settings, and it changed them all to something weird. I don't even know what it is for. And it was like, when I was looking through the settings, all of the settings that I had previously were like the recommended, and it had changed to the non-recommended, which is not usually what happens. But I think I fixed that problem. So hopefully now it'll stop telling me like video size, maximum size reach, whatever the warning was that it had. And hopefully I fixed that problem, and I can actually start recording videos, because all it's been letting me do is film no more than like 10 minutes at a time here and there, which has been very frustrating because I do talk a lot, and then I have lots of pauses that I edit out later. So like I'll film for 30 minutes for a 5-minute clip, and it's just been very frustrating. Anyways, the cat's about to go off. I'm going to pause it at 3 seconds because I am weird like that, because I want to go through these comments. But hopefully I fixed the problem so I can actually start having videos out again, because I have so many videos planned, and like some other people have been putting out videos, and I was like, I want to start doing video responses. It's one thing, because I talk a lot, it's one thing to put comments in a video, but sometimes I have a lot more to say than what I think is acceptable is not the right word, but like there comes a point where you're leaving like a paragraph, a page long paragraph of comments, and I don't want to do that on the other videos, but I have lots of thoughts and feelings. So I was like, I've started mapping out some like video responses to different videos I've seen. And those are the kind of things I definitely need more than like 10 minutes worth of time to film. So, all right, going through these comments. During the sprint, JC was going through musical selections. You always have some awesome music on your videos. And I say this knowing the fact that most of the time, I am watching my watch list while at work. So I'm working and I'm not even watching the video. I'm just listening to it. So when it alternates between you talking and then the music playing, I'm like bebopping along with the music. No idea what's going on during that time. No idea if you're talking to people. Every once in a while I'll catch a glimpse as I go back to my work cart and grab stuff. But like, it's great. I love it. And that's saying something on the fact that I watch videos at sped up time too. Depending on the person or like my brain capacity for the night, I watch them at either 1.25 or 1.5 speed. So it's fine. Laugh all you want. I like being funny. At least someone finds me funny. Half the time my kids are like, oh, Mom! And I'm like, yeah. See, Dragon 13 on disc did the half price upgrade to Dragon 16 from. Oh, see, I never got any notification about that. I don't remember. Maybe I bought mine after 16 came out. Maybe that's why. Having copied and paste. Oh, yeah. See, I didn't do it from my phone. I literally just uploaded the file to the computer and let the computer do everything. And maybe that's the difference right there. I'm not having to copy or paste anything from my phone. Yeah, the filming situation has been bugging me for months. Me and technology this year have not gone along because I've had problems. I've been using Meta to schedule posts both to Facebook and Instagram, and every once in a while, because of my internet situation, every once in a while, I have satellite internet here, and it's either very good or non-existent. There is no in between. And there's been times where like it'll show that I have internet, and then all of a sudden when it does go out, which isn't very often, thank goodness, but when it does go out, it takes a few minutes for my computer to register that it's gone out. So like there's been multiple times where I have scheduled posts and the computer itself says that everything's hunky-dory, and then I come back to schedule more posts a couple weeks later, and none of my posts went live. And that's actually why I haven't been posting on Instagram since August, I think it was. I think that happened. I think it happened like the third strike was in August, and I was just so frustrated. I was like, screw this. So I haven't posted on Instagram since then. Same thing with Facebook, because I was literally just taking the same post to both places. But now I'm having problems with filming and stuff, and I'm like, why does everything technological hate me? I work with technology. I was like, I put the servers together that you use. Ugh, it's frustrating. You left a comment underneath another comment on my latest video. I'll have to go back and read that comment because I've left so many comments lately that I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you wanting me to dive into? Let me put it that way. Feel free to let me know. Yes. There are some people that are definitely easier to listen to while I'm working because while they do have visual aspects to their videos, it's not like 90% of their video is visual aspects that I have to watch in order to understand. Like, I obviously cannot add. Everyone this time of year is starting to post like bullet journal videos where they're like setting up their bullet journal videos. And obviously that's not something I can watch while working, because while the music will be good to listen to, I'm going to be listening to it again when I actually go watch the video to see the setup. So like stuff like that is harder for me to listen to while at work versus videos that are interspersed with talking and music because they're doing like B-roll. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Woo! StreamYard just skipped. Dragon Anywhere is I hate subscriptions so much. And I have lots of subscriptions. Don't get me wrong. But like I think that's the one reason I really like Scrivener and probably will never leave Scrivener, is because of the fact that it was a one-time fee. I'm said and done. If there's any other updates, I automatically get those updates. If they release a brand new version, that's a different story. Like when they upgraded from 2.0 to 3.0, or whatever we're on now for the Mac. That's a different story. That I might have to pay for. But like I hate subscriptions so much, which was the reason that I was very happy when I found the disc copy of Dragon that I have, because I kept the disc. I have an external disc reader that I can use to re-upload it to any computer that I have, because like my desktop doesn't have a disk drive, so I have to use that external drive. Same with my laptop. I think actually I can upload it to my laptop. I've never tried it though, so maybe that's something I need to think about in the future. Oh yes, book sales and marketing trend. I actually have a video that I wanted, because I want to do some more research on it, because my knowledge is like probably a couple of years out of date. But yes, now I know what you're talking. Let me scrap piece of paper. Did I just? Yes, I did. Okay. Marketing and writing trends. That way I can remember, because I want to get on to the next sprint too. Writing to trend. Maybe I'll be able to read my handwriting. So some of my information is probably like out of date because everything changes so fast. But I will, on the next chatty portion, I will go over what my knowledge as of right now that is possibly out of date is on that. Okay, there we go. Ha, now I can remember. Do a lot of listening videos that don't need me to look at the screen, right? Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'll make sure we talk about it on the next chatty portion. Dark Project bought a new tower, and the one thing I made sure I had was a disk drive, because that was also frustrating. Yes. I didn't mind. So my desktop was a custom built computer, and I love my computer, don't get me wrong, but there are some things that irritate me so much about it, and I am no longer in contact with the person who originally built it, nor do I want to be. That's a long story we're not going to get into. No thanks. We both each think we're terrible people. That's all there is to that. Anyways, but the other person who could work on my custom built computer and like upgrade it to where I want it to be and satisfactory level is now in Germany. So that's a bit of ways. He was just sent there for a company trip, and he's supposed to be there for at least a year and upwards to 5 years. So gonna be a bit before he and I can chat one-to-one about upgrading my computer the way I want to. So it might be something I just have to learn how to do myself, even though technology hates me, because there's a few things that I do not like about my current tower that need to be upgraded already. And does it work as is? Yes, it is fantastic for what I wanted to do, which was gaming. I wanted it for gaming. But she a loud bitch, despite having multiple fans. She a very, very, very loud bitch. And her secondary drive storage is like 10 times the size of her primary drive storage. The D drive is bigger than the C drive. And the operating system takes up 90% of the C drive. And half my games don't want to work because they don't like being saved to the D drive, which has more space. So it's very fun. It's very fun. And I want to upgrade her. I love her, but she's a bitch. You can do. I've learned a lot from YouTube, to be fair. But that being said, we've done one sprint. We're an hour in. Let's do another sprint. I paused the timer just so I can get through all these comments. Stephanie just popped in. Hello. You're just in time. I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. Here is our second prompt for anyone who wants to write and doesn't know what they want to write about. Maybe got some inspo. And we are going to start this next sprint in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let me know how you did, what you did. As you can see, I moved into my kitchen. I walked out of my room to do something. I don't even remember what I was doing, and I found the hubs asleep, slumped over in his chair at his desk. So I have spent most of that sprint trying to convince him to go to bed, and now he's staring at me and giving me a goofy grin and a wave because he a very sleepy boy.
Hi.
He is going to bed. So I have spent most of this sprint moving around and coming in here. Hello, oldest.
Hello.
Let's see. We said hi to Stephanie just before we went on that break. Everyone's saying hi to each other and talking about what they're doing. Stephanie is getting the new place situated because Stephanie just moved and is in a brand new location after spending, I don't know how many years you've been in the RV, but you guys have been traveling so long. I had the opportunity to meet Stephanie and the rest of her family a couple of years ago when we first moved here. She messaged me one day and was like, "Hey, we're in Helena. Where are you at?" And I'm like, "I'm 3 hours away." She was like, "You want to come meet us?" I was like, "Let's do it."
Oh, I remember that. We went to the carousel.
And every now and then when I mention you, Stephanie, the youngest especially, this one when it clicks in her brain who we're talking about, but the youngest especially is like, "When are we gonna see them again?" And I'm like, I don't know. It might be a bit. JC says hi, Skye's hubby. Oh, let's see. Stephanie says lovely but annoying because I can't window shop in the aisle because no work. Oh, yeah, you did mention that your truck's down for the count for the moment. Months shy of. See, I've only lived. Okay, so you must be talking about being in the RV because I've only lived here. In April of next year, we'll have been here 4 years because we moved here April of 2021. They got here because they were riding with my mom and the rest of our stuff. They got here. We got here April 21st. And I remember that because the day we moved in, it was snowing.
Get inside and back up moving.
The moving truck was due that day. And do you know how difficult it is to unload a truck that's angled like this, where this is the tailgate of their truck? And trying to unload it when it is snowing. We had not so much fun. On top of that, we found out that was the day we found out the water heater had busted. So we did we even stay here that night? We did, but it was cold. And then they came like 2 weeks later. It was like the first week of May. They were riding with my mom. So let's see. Dark Project got 335, got distracted and hitting an emotional scene. Might not be able to handle at the moment. Take a break from it if you need to. I promise it'll still be there in the morning or whatever you can get back to it. Moved into the RV November 12th, 2018. So, speaking of November 12th, JC had a question before that last sprint, and I'm going to probably have to pause the timer to talk about this in detail because she was asking, let me go find the comment now, book sales and marketing trend. And the 2018 was a perfect segue because Sarah Cannon just got back from a conference that happened last week before, recently, called Author Nation. And this year is the first year it was called Author Nation. It used to be 20 Books Vegas. And 2018 was the year I went to 20 Books Vegas. And I went to a lot of the different... we can fix that. That's easy. Yeah. We went to a lot of the... Oh, JC says hi, eldest.
Hello.
I didn't mean to, but apparently I did skip you. I'm sorry, JC. So
The youngest is playing just
I went to Vegas for 20 books in 2018, and I went to a lot of the speeches, talks, presentations. That's what I'm looking for. And then in between the presentations, I talked to a few authors, had a lovely time. It was great meeting everyone. I have been wanting to go back since. I was supposed to go back in 2020, but guess what happened that year?
No.
Vehicle
problems.
No. Oh, I gotta pause the cat. I knew I was gonna have to pause it. But while there, one of the things we talked about, one of the things I was talking to them about, to various people, and
Hello there, youngest.
was the idea of marketing and how many books it takes in order to start seeing some success with different marketing strategies. Shushka, I'm talking. I love you.
I do
but-
not. How dare!
My youngest doesn't love me, y'all.
I was talking about Grace. I was talking about Grace. How dare you!
But anyways, so yes, I'm live streaming, kiddo.
Yeah, I can see that.
She's avoiding.
But one of the things we talked about was different strategies and stuff. And a lot of the authors who were very prolific, I didn't meet a lot of people who wrote just standalones. I think I met like 2 authors who wrote just standalones. But 90% of the people I read wrote series. There was a few who wrote like a bunch of trilogies. None of the ones I remember talking to were writing duologies back then. I think some of those people are now doing duologies, but they weren't then. And most of the people I talked to who were doing series were doing like 5+ books. And
There we go.
I was trying to figure out what you're doing. So one of the things that was mentioned was the fact that all of these people who were doing series did not start seeing any kind of success until they had, if they were doing series, they had at least 3 books out in a single series. And their recommendation was not even to start marketing any of your books in a series until you had at least 3 books out, because of the fact that when your readers finish the first book, they're going to want to move on and get more. Do I want some? No, I'm good, thank you. She is making dinner at 11 o'clock at night, guys.
Yeah.
It was grab bag night. We don't care when everyone eats, just whenever you want, basically. I mean, you and I have gone out to eat at places that were open 24/7 at 2 o'clock in the morning, so just for funsies and boredom.
Yeah. Back when I can handle actually being up that late.
But so a lot of them were recommending, and these same people who said that you need to have at least 3 books out in the series said that they didn't start seeing a lot of super success until they had a completed series. So they recommended not even starting to market books until you had at least 3 books in a longer series out, or if you were like doing a trilogy, the completed series. And as far as like the two people I remember talking to who did standalones, they said it was closer to 10 books before they saw any kind of success. But again, my information is very outdated. The one thing that I'm a little sad, we might have to do a sprint just so that she can make all the noise she wants. Don't be banging. She just threatened to bang the pot against the sink. The one thing that they used to do, one thing that 20 books used to do, what? I don't want it, thank you, though. The one thing that 20 books used to do is they used to film everything, and I haven't seen anything for Author Nation, so they may have changed it. It might be the same. I haven't checked. But they filmed a lot of the sessions so that you could watch them later. They are actually still on YouTube. You can find all the sessions that I went to on YouTube. I think, let me see if I can find the link real quick, because I am still part of that. I'm still following that channel. I don't know if Author Nation is using the same channel or if they created a completely different one. I think they completed a different one. Let's see if I can find the playlist for the 2018 ones, especially 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2018. I don't want to play it. I want to view the list. Here we go. I'm going to put this in the comment section, and then we're going to do a sprint because she's being a little loud. So we are going to do a 25-minute sprint, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about this more, and I'll go back through the comments because I see a couple of comments that I want to get to. So here we go. 3rd sprint of the night. Here's our third prompt for anyone who wants it. We're going to start in, let me find my cat timer. 3, 2, 1, let's go. That is time, everyone. Let me know how you did and what you did in the comments. It was not Pixel. It is the cat timer that I'm using. I spent most of that sprint chatting in the chat. Talking about planners and hopping between like multiple different conversations because there's like 4 conversations running at the same time, which is part of the reason, like, when you asked what's that from, Margaret, I was like, which conversation is she referring to? And I was scrolling through and still replying to stuff and scrolling through and replying to stuff, trying to figure out what exactly which conversation you were talking to. It took me way too long to figure it out. But so I'm a little sad because my kids have gotten planners for 2024. Actually, the youngest has currently misplaced hers. We have been doing some changing in their rooms and fixing some stuff up and moving stuff around, and hers has gotten misplaced in the shuffle, but hers was a July 2024 or August 2024 to December 2025. And then the oldest has a planner that is January to December 2025, and it's just a regular lined planner. And I was super excited because I found this one. It's a Thomas Kincaid Disney. And the older I get, the more I appreciate Thomas Kincaid. They just make me feel happy. Like, his paintings just make me feel warm and cozy and fuzzy inside. And I'm like, yes, bring on the cozy vibes. And to mix Disney with it, like, I was in heaven. However, the pages in this are that slick magazine material. It's really difficult to write on this with anything but a ballpoint pen, which I don't like using. And on top of that, when I write on this page, the ink from this page bleeds onto this one. So, and it doesn't matter how light I write, it still bleeds. So as much as I want to like this one, and I have been writing in it, and I have been using it, and I love the illustrations, I needed a new planner. So I ordered a Clever Fox when I saw that they've changed the design a little bit of their daily one. I think the last time I used a daily one was in 2020. And I was not impressed with it. I used it for like 3 months. And I think actually the one I got was only a 3-month planner, whereas the one I'm getting now is supposed to last 6 months. And I think that's the bigger difference right there too, because I remember when I got it, it only covered 3 months. I did use it for the full 3 months off and on. But the fact that it only covered 3 months and it was like $30 back then was very, very like, dishes kind of thing. So now they've got a 6-month one, and I'm ordering it. So it should be here Tuesday, but we've got snow, and we live at the very top of the Hill of Doom. And depending on the UPS driver, they don't like delivering up our hill. So that's why I don't know if I'll get my package on Tuesday. Looks like Margaret's getting ready to go to bed. Been nice talking with you folks. Stephanie was okay, so we're going to talk about that. Let's see. He does have soft rabbit-like fur. Oh, Gwen, your timer went off. And your pot's still on, just so you know. There's some stuff talking about email, Discord. First, blood of my last born. Gwen, I'm sorry. I'm going to need your blood. I'm going to need your blood for a ritual. That's how we're going to send messages back and forth.
No thanks.
Let's see. Dark Project just hit 14K. Woo! Did you get past the difficult emotional scene, or are you still like working through that, or did you skip it for now to work on something else in the story out of curiosity? Margaret, when you finally get to bed, I agree with JC. I hope you have a good night. And I look forward to hearing more about this planning stream because I'm super excited about that. When I first started streaming, actually, I don't even remember. I don't think writing streams. I'm trying to remember. Did I do live writing streams first, or did I do live planning streams first? Because I think I started the planning streams first, and I would do like one a month. And I haven't done them. I did one a couple of months ago with Amy, but I haven't done a planning stream in a while. And honestly, that's when I got like my best work done, was when I would do that dedicated planning stream with other people. The body doubling was great for that. And then I would actually implement the things I planned. So those streams were great for me to do, and I miss doing them. So it'd be cool if we could do something like that again. So I'm really looking forward to that. Stephanie found Margaret on Discord. Is there a cat somewhere meowing? Is she locked in the library again?
Probably. I'll get her.
Okay, thank you. I actually made the build-up leading to it way more intense, so... Oh no. Oh no. That hurts. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dark. Margaret, you have a good night. Get to bed. It's late for you. I'm pretty certain you are on the East Coast-ish area. I can't remember where you are, but I'm pretty certain it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for you. Yeah, the library where I usually sit to stream. Good night, Margaret. Okay, let me just go back up a little bit. First met you when you streamed with Tamara and Carol. Oh, awesome. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't remember when I met anyone. No memories. Suddenly people just appeared in my life, and I'm just like, hi, you. I have no memory of when we met. West Coast. Oh, she's an hour before me, but it's still late. That's still late because it's midnight for me, which means it's like 11 o'clock at night for Margaret. So that makes sense. I was mixing Margaret up with someone else because for some reason I was thinking Margaret was in Canada. I don't know why. And maybe that's been one of your trips. Maybe you are in Canada on the West Coast. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that. And neither of those two are on AuthorTube anymore. Caro is not on AuthorTube. She has been so busy. She is on YouTube still with the company she works for every once in a while, mostly behind the scenes. She works for, I think Ripperverse is the name of the company. And she's really happy there. She's doing great as far as I know. Tamara has stopped doing, every once in a while I see a short from Tamara, but she has not done live stream in years either. At least it feels that way. So I know that. I meant on streams. I don't know when people appear. I guess when I'm feeling about you. Oh, critically boogly. Yeah, no, I'm in mountain time zone, so it's midnight for me right now. She was still doing streams. I haven't seen her do a stream in a while, unless YouTube suddenly YouTube likes to unsub people. So maybe let me double check now. No. Now I'm am I unsubbed from her channel? Is that no? I am not. I'm still subbed. Her last live stream with writing sprints was 6 months ago. So it's been a bit still. And I think Tamara's been at least over a year. Washington. You're the second person I know that's in Washington, Dark. My editor lives in Washington, and every once in a while we're like, I should head out there and meet you. And she was like, I should head out there and meet you. And I'm like, we should just meet in the middle. Neither has happened yet. Time is flying fast. This year has gone by. I honestly, if every once in a while, it feels like it's been a lot more than that for different things that have happened, because I still feel like I agree with some people. I'm one of those people that's the 90s were only 10 years ago. And I'm like, wait, I was born in 1990. I am in my 30s. The 90s were 30 years ago. I have no concept of time anymore. It doesn't feel real. It's just a wibbly wobbly thing. A lot of nifty stuff between here and there. Yes, I believe it. Technically, Texas in the middle. It's in the middle of the U.S. You are absolutely correct. If we want to get really technical, let me see. Geography isn't my strong point. I don't know. There should be a couple states above Texas, and that's the middle.
Oklahoma.
Is Oklahoma right above Texas? I don't remember. If we're gonna go from all four corners of the U.S.,
Oklahoma,
that middle. I'm gonna have to Google it on the next sprint. I want to find out what the actual middle of the United States is. Maybe Google will tell me an exact city. That would be hilarious if it does. I was born in 86. I feel that pain. Time is a man-made construct. Yes. 100% agreed. And I'm really getting tired of this this thing called daylight savings time. It's annoying. I hate it. Yeah, geography and history. You would think I would have a better strength in history considering how many historical things pop up in all of my book series. Like the I've got a book coming out in December that's revolving around the Salem witch trials. I have my portal fantasy deals with the lost colony and the fact that they were transported to another world with dragons. Like you would think with all the historical events that I include in my books, in my various series, that I would have a better grasp of history, but no. I just go to my husband and be like, hey, tell me about this thing. Because he's the one that's got a good grasp on history. Geographical center of the universe has a plaque. Oh, I think that was actually listed in a book. Was it American Gods? I think American Gods, they actually talk about the geographical center of the US. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty certain that's the one I'm thinking of. Got that DSTA over this year. Yes. Oklahoma. Okay, you were right, Gwen. Oklahoma is right above Texas.
I knew it.
Love history. I watched Yes, see, I used to do that. When we had the History Channel, I would sit there and while folding clothes, I would listen to documentaries on the History Channel. The problem is these days they're playing more like, I feel like their stuff has shifted. Their interests have shifted away from the stuff that I find interesting to more stuff that I find less interesting. But the other thing is like going back to the concept of time being wibbly wobbly and everything making no sense. Like I still have a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that different things that seem like they belong ages apart all occurred at the same time. And it's just mind-boggling. I don't remember what it was. It was a meme that was passed around talking about the fact that based on the years of different types of civilizations, a samurai, a cowboy, and two other people could all exist. If they all visited the same location, they all existed within the same time period. Like there was so much overlap that they all seem like they're decades apart, but they could all have been in the same place at the same time because of the fact they were all within the same time era. And it just mind boggles. Geographical center of the U.S. is Rugby, North Dakota. North Dakota? That doesn't seem right. That feels wrong. Tulsa's the center of... Okay. Disney has National Geographic. Paramount Plus has Smithsonian. Ooh, I want to watch the Smithsonian Channel. I don't have Paramount Plus, though. I might need to get Paramount Plus because there's got a bunch of shows recently that I want to watch. But I already have enough subscriptions. When we talked earlier about how I feel about subscriptions, y'all are making me sad. And because of that, we're going to do our last sprint. Ooh, hi, Isabel. I mostly go for timeline documentaries on YouTube. There was a show that I actually do want to use for research. And of course, now I can't remember the exact name of it. I would have to look through my notes because I actually have it listed in my notes to find for this exact story. And it was talking about what would happen to the earth if humans just disappeared. And it went into like various stages of how many years, what would happen. And it had all these like models that they had put together of what would occur to different locations around the world, especially like with the world would regrow, buildings would be destroyed. Yeah, stuff like that. And it was talking about the way the land would shift and how the land masses would change. And it was really cool. And I can't remember it off the top of my head. And I never watched the whole series because it was behind a paywall that I did not have access to at the time. So I'm gonna have to find it. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, there's some stuff on Netflix. I just haven't watched any of it recently. Mary Beer. Ooh, I'm going to have to go look for them. Technically, before we were here, there were animals. So, yeah. Same. Timeline is a YouTube channel. Okay, I've got stuff I need to go look up now. Woot! All right. We're going to do Are we on our last sprint? You got hiccups.
Yep.
We're on our last sprint. We're going to do this final sprint tonight. Sprint number 4. If you want to use this prompt to write because you feel like writing but don't know what you want to write about, feel free. Otherwise, ignore it as if it doesn't exist. And we're going to go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, everyone, that is time. Let me know what you did in the comments. That was our last sprint for the night, so I'm going to go ahead and close up the cat timer. After everyone went to bed, I was pretty much just working on vlog clips. I just deleted like 10 clips from the beginning of this month that the audio kept going in and out. I was talked earlier in the stream how I kept getting messages every once in a while that the maximum file size had been reached and I couldn't do anymore. And apparently when that happened, it would just stop filming, but it would start again, a new clip. So like my video clips, I had like 10 video clips in a row that were all, I did not like stop and start the video, but that's exactly what it felt like, because they were all like a few minutes long. They would stop like when I was mid-thought, mid-sentence, whatever, and because I didn't know it, it would restart itself. And I was halfway through a completely different thought with the next portion of the video. So I was like, these clips are useless because this was all like one conversation and I can't piecemeal together what was said in between those clips to like put it together, like even come in and like editing Skye here. This is what I was talking about. Like, I have no idea. Because the whole point of my vlogs is that it was all stream of consciousness kind of stuff. So like, I cannot tell how I connected point A to point C. I don't have any clue what point B was in between that. So those 10 clips are gone, and I suspect I'm going to have more. I have like 4, 8, 12, 15. No, 6, 4, 8, 12, 16. 20, 24, 25 more clips to go through. And a lot of them look like they're all the same thing. So I might not have a lot of footage for November after all. Oh, googly moogly. The clips that are like all still good are all the shorter clips that are less than 5 minutes long. Every single one. And most of those are like me showing, playing with the dogs, or showing some family time where we were playing different games or talking about different games and stuff like that. Those are the only clips that are actually good clips. Like, they were purposely short for that reason. They were meant to be like kind of like B-roll. I'm so frustrated. I kind of want to keep going through clips though. Okay, hold on. Let me go through the chat while I like make a decision here. Okay, here we go. Where did I leave off? I was reading some of the comments during the chats. Hello, hair. I'm shedding like a dog because that was not dog hair. Where did I start? Okay, let's see. Adding a bunch of videos because of Isabel. Thank you, Isabel. I just subbed to like 3 new channels, all history related, so that's gonna be fun. Another one that I like is it's history, but it's history of food, and I think it's called like tasting with history or history with taste, something like that. Let me look at my subscription list. And of course now I can't find it. Did it unsub me from it? No. Mother trucker, I think it did. Because I can't find it now. Of course, when I actually need it, of course I can't find it. Tasting history. Oh, it's called Tasting History with Max Miller. That one's a good one that I like. It's different recipes throughout time. I'm gonna put the I could put a link. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I could just put a link to the actual channel. That would be smart. There's one. So tasting history. Matt. What was his name? Max Miller. Just kidding. It's not Matt. Max Miller. There we go. We were talking about the geographical center being Lebanon, Kansas. North Dakota is North America's center, not the United States center, according to Google Maps. Okay. And then I mentioned, so I was talking about that show, Life After People is the name of the show. That's the one I was watching for the research for my Dragon Portal fantasy that dealt with the Lost Colony and Dragon Riders. And Virginia Dare becomes a Dragon Rider. Like, part of me is super excited. I want to return to that, but I'm still not at the level that I think I need to be at in order to do that story justice, which is fun. Went and saved a bunch of history videos. See, look at that. Getting some video recommendations. Got to think about how far away Alaska and Hawaii are too. Yeah. Me and Buggy are still up along with the cat, and that's a whole typo. It's okay. You went to go give the spoiled cat an ice cube in her water. I might do another sprint, but I won't have a prompt if I do because I don't have one available. I could technically come up with one, but I won't. But I might do another sprint just because of that. Sad face. I've had that happen before. It's terrible. So, yeah, it's super frustrating. What it just means is that I will have to do like a clip where I talk about the troubles I've had this month with clips. I'll be like, so here's the thing, guys. I had a whole lot more footage that I couldn't use. Dark got 250 words. My FMC is getting emotional and physically. Oh no! I vowed not to use essay as a tactic, so it's brutal and unpleasant. Thank you for not using essay as a tactic, just because, like, so often that seems to be, if a female character is getting tortured, that seems to be like the number one torture option in stories. Like 90% of the time, I feel like. It may or may not be true. It might just be like what I've seen. And I'm every once in a while I see someone make a video be like, you need to research and find stuff out of your demographics. And I'm like, I'm trying, but I can't. Because I have trouble finding like romance without spice. Like, especially like the cutesy covers keep getting me with monster romance because I want some sweeter monster romance versus spicy monster romance. And so I see all these cute covers and I go into it thinking, oh, this is going to be a super, this is not cute. This is, oh. It's not like it's bad. It's just that's not what I'm looking for at the time. Random clips, lost footage. Yeah, people do that all the time. Tasting history. Yes, it is. On principle alone, I knew I was going to prove it to be done. Yes, it's so overused. Very much so. All right. I kind of do want to do one more sprint because I want to go through more of the footage and see how many more clips I have to get rid of. Because right now it's just a bunch of random clips of me playing with the animals and us playing video games and stuff like that. And I'm not mad about that at all. I kind of like videos that are like that. But at the same time, it's more the disjointedness of the clips that remain and the fact that I had no clue it was happening. That's the more upsetting part. So, and some of them will probably be fine. I can piecemeal them together and no one will ever notice because I can just cut it out at one part and start it at the next part without worrying about the middle part. So I'll be able to piecemeal some of it together. Or I'll be able to piecemeal enough of it together. I can be like, so this clip was originally in like broken pieces because of this reason. Here's what I talked about. And I just make a new clip. It just feels like time wasted kind of thing. That's more what I'm mad about. Personally, I want to see the clips now. I know you like to do like the long clips that don't always make it into your vlogs. I know you put those on Patreon. And I'm not going to lie, every once in a while I'm like, maybe I should do a Patreon. What would I put on there? Oh, look, all the clips I end up deleting every single month because either my vlog's too long or like I took out all of the ways where I was like lost in thought and just paused mid-sentence and just spent 5 minutes zoning out before I come back to the point I was trying to make. Make it a blooper reel of sorts, right? That would be perfect for the year end. My last video was a bunch of random clips for the week. Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah, every once in a while when I think about it, I'm like, I would kind of like to do a Patreon, but I don't know if I could put out enough content on a monthly basis to keep patrons happy. And that's part of the reason I haven't started one, because of the fact that as far as writing projects go, I hop all over the place. I do have a strategy to help fix that next year, because I actually do have videos that I have scripted that I haven't filmed yet because I haven't been in the library that talk about why I'm doing that particular route. But yes, I do love a good random clips video. Those are the ones I usually have to figure it out ahead of time, because I can't watch those at work. I have to be sitting down to watch those, just like the planner videos, just because they're so random sometimes, and like there's a lot more footage and I have to pay attention to when stuff shifts, if that makes sense. Let's do one more sprint. Screw it. Let's do it. I gotta open the kitty timer again because I closed it. I'm wide awake, and it's not even because of the monster. It's because I took too many naps today. I got off work at 4:30. I got home, and DeHubs was not feeling good at all. In fact, actually, he was debating calling out, and he was like, "No, because I don't want to hear our boss like whine about it." Which, fair, 100% agree. But at the same time, I was like, if you don't feel good, call out. Like, you've got sick time, use it. But he ended up going in, and it worked out because by the time he got home, he was like, I feel fine. I was like, cool, that's great. That's awesome. That means the meds worked. No, I don't have an extra camera. I wish. But after he let me know that he made it to work on time, because not on time. Okay, because he went into work like 2 hours late. And because he was debating it and he wasn't feeling good. So he just went into 2 hours to work 2 hours late. And on top of that, because we've got all the snow, I was like, let me know when you get to work so I know you're okay, because you're not feeling good. Add in the snow. Just let me know you're good. So as soon as he did, I was like, good night, I'm going to bed. And I took a 3-hour nap. And then after he got home, at some point, I don't even know when, apparently I laid down on the bed and I took another nap for 3 hours. So I should be going to bed, because we have to go run errands tomorrow. I'm wide awake. So we're going to keep on sprinting for a bit. Let's see. Could put Notion videos on Patreon too. Could do planning streams through. Ooh, I like that idea. I like the idea of doing the planning streams through Patreon. I think the other thing is that with Patreon, because of the multi-tier thing, I would have to figure out like what would be available. Like, I always love the idea of, if I did do a Patreon, I want one of the tiers to be that, I don't know what level it would be at, but that each quarter, if I had paperbacks available, like this was back, I started planning this back when I thought I was going to be publishing a new book every quarter. Silly me. Oh, younger me had so many ambitious dreams. But I thought I was going to be publishing a book every quarter. So like my thought process was that every quarter, once a quarter, the patrons in that specific tier, whatever tier it was, would get a signed paperback copy of books. And I still want to do that, but I don't have any paperbacks out. And the book that's coming out in December, it comes out less than 10 days, guys. My countdown says I think I've got like 9 days left. I don't remember what it said. I think it was 10 days yesterday. So what is it at today? What is that today? Oh, it's not even today anymore. It's tomorrow. My countdown says I have 8 days left before my book comes out. So Puck's Choice comes out December 3rd. And my whole plan was to have the ebook and paperback come out on its 10-year anniversary, which is December 3rd. However, my cover artist hasn't gotten back to me with the paperback cover yet, so I haven't ordered a proof copy, which means I won't have paperbacks out yet. And that was supposed to be my first ever paperback. And so I don't know when I'm going to have paperbacks out. So even if I did have a Patreon, I don't have paperbacks to offer yet. So I'm doing great, guys. I do have a notebook full with like Patreon ideas, and I need to go grab it because now that I'm thinking about it, that is something that by the end of 2025 I would like to have in place. Like I do want to have a Patreon. Maybe not at the beginning of 2025, but definitely by the end of 2025, I would love to have a Patreon. I would love to have a patron too. If any one of the many Pantheon gods want to become my patron saint, like I am here for it. I'm just saying. Like if they want to shower me with love. Okay, let's see. I'm wide awake too. Took a nap this afternoon. You don't have to make all the tiers different if you don't want to. Kate's tiers. Oh, see, I didn't realize that. Lower tier for Kate's Patreon. I'm gonna have to go check out her page. That's the other thing I need to do. I need to research other people's Patreons to see what they do. Can offer other things besides books. I know that. I could. I know one of the things that I want to do. Like I love it when YouTubers post a thank you to all their patrons in their videos. Like I love that idea. And I know the other thing I would do is I think it's Julian Greystoke does postcards to her patrons where she draws the artwork on the postcards. And I think that's such a cool idea. I can't draw like that, but I do want to get back into drawing, so that's a fun idea. Like there's things I could do. It's just a matter of me sitting down and figuring out what those things should be that won't like disrupt my current life too much. I was doing like a tier that on Ream, moving all my stuff from there to Substack. I have mixed feelings about Substack. I have mixed feelings, but we're not going to get into that right now. I actually have been debating doing a video about Substack, Ream, Vela, all of them. Sometimes I feel like it would be easier if my books were all only. Currently, that's what mine are. Mine are only available in ebook. The only ones that are available in paperback are the ones that were anthologies. And I got invited to do an anthology, and I need to check in with them because I haven't heard anything since I got invited. And I was like, I need to know what deadlines are for this, or did I miss deadlines and not even realize it? That's very possible. I haven't been paying attention, so do it. All right, speaking of doing things, let's go ahead and do a sprint so I can, watch some of these clips and decide what I'm going to do with them. I've got 3 minutes worth of good clips so far. And they're random, so that's fun. Here we go. Again, don't have a prompt, so we're just gonna write or do whatever it is we're doing. Here we go. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let me know how you did, what you did. We're gonna do at least one more sprint because I'm now dedicated to watching. I found some video clips that are actually like piecemealed together correctly. So now I'm actually invested in this video editing. And I was talking about some stuff I've been struggling with, and I'm like, now I want to finish these clips to see if I actually get to the point. But okay, so I know there was a question that like popped up shortly after we started that sprint, and I wanted to talk about it. So, how do you feel about that? Like only having only books versus ebooks and paperbacks. I want paperbacks. I would love hardbacks, but to me, hardbacks are going to be more costly than they're worth at this moment in time for me right now where I am on my author journey. However, paperbacks are a different story. The 3 books I have out, when I bought the covers for them, I bought the paperback design covers for them. So you would think I would have paperbacks for them. I don't, because of the fact that I want to make sure that they are published with my publishing company, Brimstone Books. And until I can financially and stabilize and keep track of that LLC, whether it's a sole proprietorship or legally inputted here, until I can make sure that I can have my publishing company as the publishing company for the paperbacks, that's legit the only reason I haven't done paperbacks yet. Maybe it's a stupid reason, but that's my reasoning. And I was hoping to establish Brimstone Books like by this quarter. Like that was my goal, was to have Brimstone, because next year I want to start doing like anthologies. Like not anthologies where authors get paid right away. I wanted to start with like charity anthologies because I have been a part of several different charity anthologies and I have learned enough from the back end to kind of figure out how to do those. Plus I have access to the people who did run those charity anthologies, so I can go to them and be like, hey, you guys aren't doing this anymore, but I want to. How? Teach me your ways, Obi-Wan Kenobi, kind of thing. So that's why I wanted to get Brimstone Books established this year. It hasn't happened because, honestly, because of the election, because we live in a very red state and there's some things going on and we may not be here in this state in a couple years. And whatever state I register my LLC with, it's technically supposed to be registered in whatever state you live in. So until me and the rest of my family actually have that discussion on whether or not we're going to stay here and for how long, if we do, which hopefully will be happening tomorrow, honestly. DeHubs and I have talked about it several times, off and on, but no consensus has happened. But we have not discussed it with the kids. If you guys didn't know, me and the kids are all part of the rainbow community. My kids are very open about it. And the very first conversation we had the day after the election was that I had to tell them that I wanted them to be very careful about who they told that they were part of the rainbow community. Because there are already people who are being very vicious in their words against people in the LGBT community. Because now they think they have permission to be assholes. Is basically what it comes down to. And it's a very scary thought. And because of that, and a bunch of other reasons, all combining with that, DeHubs and I are like, do we want to stay here? And the more time passes, the more I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. I do not want to be here. So we're looking at our options. We're going to discuss it with the kids. All that being said, don't know if we're going to be here. So the LLC might have to wait until I figure out if, when, where, how, all that fun jazz. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise that I didn't have the paperback copy for Puck's Choice at this time because of that. Maybe. We will see how I feel about that in a couple months. But yes, my eventual goal is to have paperbacks. I actually want to have, I'm going to stop this timer soon because I want to finish talking about this. I want to have ebooks. I want to have paperbacks. I want to have audiobooks. I want to have large print books because I think that is extremely important. I was actually watching a video from Julian Greystoke the other day while I was at work, and she mentioned the fact that she purposely prints her books with larger print so that they basically take the place of large print without actually having a large print version. I was like, that's actually a good idea, but at the same time, I don't really want to do that because that'll make my books chonkers, and I really don't want them to be chonkers. So, ebooks, paperbacks, maybe someday hardbacks. I really like. It's becoming really popular right now with Kickstarters to do all these special editions, and I honestly don't give a crap about special editions. However, I do love me a good pretty book, and some of these special editions with their printed edges, I'm like, can I just have a paperback version of that, please? So I kind of want that. But definitely the ebook, paperback, audiobook, and large print. Like that's eventually I want those 4 at least. And not gonna lie, I would love to have mine translated into other languages. But those are pipe dreams. Those are way down the far line. But until I get my my LLC established with Brimstone Books officially, wherever state I'm living in at the time, doing whatever we're doing, that's going to be on the back burner. And that's legit the only reason I haven't done paperbacks yet. Puck's Choice, when she finally does get me the paperback cover for that, I do have to pay for that, but it's only like $50 because she does the main bulk of the pricing with the ebook cover, and I've already paid for that because I paid for that 5 years ago. That's a video for another day, topic for another day. But I thought I had bought the paperback version, and when I went back through my invoices, I was like, oh, I only bought the ebook. So now I've got to buy the paperback. So I feel guilty that I only have ebook, but at the same time, because of my plans, it's going to be only ebook for a bit still. Hopefully not too long. I'm hoping by the end of 2025, I have paperbacks. That is the goal. The next couple of months are going to see what happens. Yeah, don't abandon the physical books. No. And see, I am primarily a ebook reader and an audiobook reader. So, but even I, to this day, my husband does not read ebook, does not listen to audiobooks. He is strictly a paperback person. If it doesn't come in paperback, he will never read it. So my currently published books, he actually has not read because I don't have paperback copies of them. And he reads everything I write. So yeah, definitely recommend keeping the at least a paperback. Maybe not a hardback, but that's completely up to you. It's just, and now Ingram Spark has actually dropped the fees. Used to be there was these humongous fees for every form of book you post, and then when you did revisions, you had to pay another fee. They've dropped some of their fees. I haven't looked into which ones because I haven't cared because I'm not putting anything there yet. So I don't know what fees have been dropped. I just know that fees have been dropped. And so it might be worth it now to do hardcovers versus paperbacks or both at the same time. I just know from a financial standpoint, because the fact that I would have to get yet another cover for a hardback for Dust Jacket, cost-wise, it is not efficient for me right now to do hardcover as much as I might like it in the future, especially since I'm a paperback girly myself. As long as it's available in paperback, I'm good. Plus my most recent book, that's a rebrand and re-release I just got from Amazon, and I'm not, ooh, the ink looks a little faded. I've heard that recently a lot, actually. People have been getting books from KDP, and the ink has been very, very saturated. It's been interesting to hear that. I don't know how you would fare with Ingram Spark. I am a little curious about that. I also have the copy of the second book I'm releasing under my whole name, Stephanie Marie Whitson. It will be interesting to compare the two. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Are you going to do a video about that? Shishka, we ate. Why are you growling at me? Oh. Are you going to be doing a video where you compare the two out of curiosity? Because that would be cool to see. I don't know what we're loving, and I don't know what we're saying yay to. I'm assuming all the choices of like paperbacks and stuff. 400 more words, close to 15K. You've got this. You've got this. I'm going to go through these comments, and then we're going to jump onto another sprint. But I believe in you, Dark. You got this. Not stupid at all. Thank you. Okay. I've never done an anthology, but I've read quite a few of them. I like anthologies. I like being a part of them. I've always been on the back end of them, so this will be the first time I've done like the back end as like the publisher. But my goal eventually is to do 4 a year for charity anthologies, and then maybe sprinkle in a couple paid anthologies where I pay the authors for their contributions, because I think authors should get paid for their work, just saying. But yeah, I want to do 4 themed ones a year. I know 2 of the organizations already that I want to support. And I will keep my eyes open for 2 more. But like the 2 I know I want to support are Alzheimer's Association and the Trevor Project. Those 2, hands down, I will be supporting. And what will happen with the anthologies is my plan is to have like a central theme and a central genre. And then everyone can submit stories up to a certain length. Like there will be I'll have parameters based on what I've done in the past with various anthologies. I do have a video planned where I actually talk about my experience with anthologies, but I wanted to wait until my contracts ended with my current anthologies. And my contract with the final anthology just ended last month, the month before. I don't remember if it was September or October. August, September, October. One of those 3 months, it just ended. And I have thoughts and feelings about that one, of all the ones I've been a part of, and they're not good thoughts. So I wanted to make sure that contract ended so I didn't get in trouble. So eventually I'll have a video talking about my experience with anthologies, and then all of my plans moving forward with both in charity and paid anthologies through Brimstone Books. Because I have plans. I have so many plans, things I want to do, and it just hasn't happened. Yes, and I haven't really talked about this a lot, but I have, and I haven't. I don't really talk about politics a lot on my tube. And it's not because I don't have thoughts and feelings. It's not because I care if I get canceled, because I really fucking don't. It's more because this election year, was not in a position to vote. And it sucks. I could not vote. Currently, I have an expired driver's license for North Carolina. Because, and I've talked about this in various streams, various videos, when I went to the DMV, despite what it says on their website for Montana, there is one person who runs the DMV for the next like 5 towns. She travels between all 5 of them, and she's in one town per day per week. And I have seen the same woman 3 different occasions. And even though their website says they can take social security cards as a form of identification, every time I saw her, she was like, you need either a passport, a real ID, or a birth certificate. And I don't have any of those things. I have not seen my birth certificate since I was 16. I haven't had a passport since I was 3. And I never got the real ID because, thanks to the pandemic, they changed all the rules right before I moved. So I didn't need a real ID. Had I been smart, I would have gotten it before I moved, just for this reason. But basically, what it came down to is I haven't seen my birth certificate since I got my driver's license when I was 16, which was over 15 years ago. And I was born overseas at a U.S. military base that is no longer open and had paper records. So I have tried on multiple different occasions to get my birth certificate, and I thought I was succeeding because I finally got a form back that said that I should be receiving my birth certificate 5 to 6 weeks after submitting this last case of paperwork. And apparently I made the wrong kind of payment. So they sent me back my paperwork, said I did it wrong, and that came to me 2 days after the election. So that's fun. But yeah, I'm currently not in a place where I was able to vote because of that. This is a problem I've been dealing with I've been living here 3 years now. I've been dealing with it since we moved here. I've been trying my hardest to get this fixed so that I could vote. But because I haven't been in a place to vote, I didn't think I had any say. But I hate to say it, because of where I live and how people have talked, I don't agree with the way the election went. But at the same time, I saw it going that way, unfortunately, and it sucks so badly. And because of that, it's changed. There's some people we've struggled. My kids have made friends just fine, but me and the Hubs have struggled to make friends and connections here. All of our friends and connections are either online or back in North Carolina. And people that we thought we were getting along with, who might every once in a while say something that we were just like, really? Is that how you think? But we didn't really question it too deeply. Those same people are now very openly getting aggressive with their wording. And I'm just like, oh, great. You're someone who wants me dead. Thanks. Cool. Good to know. It's been fun. Been so much fun. Sprayed edges. Yes. If it's got a design, I like it. If it's just a color, I hate it. I don't like the ones where like I have one. Hold on. Let me grab it real quick. We have one because the kiddo wanted this book. She thought we didn't have a copy of it. We found a copy. We had the regular copy. It has a different cover, so it's a different book. So, Wings of Fire, this is the very first one. She saw the red edges and she was like, "Oh, gimme, gimme, gimme." And I'm like, "Ew, I don't like it because that looks orange to me. It's red. It's supposed to be red. It's orange." But yeah. Defilement of the books. I'm not gonna lie, I have no interest whatsoever in reading Fourth Wing, but I see those pretty books with the sprayed edges and those dragon silhouettes along the side, and I'm like, can I just get it to put on my shelf? I just want the pretty for the aesthetic. Yes, video, cool, awesome. Charity for mental health awareness. Okay. I'll write that down. I'm writing down notes for different things. Because that is very important. I can't spell. Yeah. What might happen is that because my plan is to do for a year, not four, Jesus, that's ambitious. For a year, one each quarter, and to make it like every year once I start, I might always do the Trevor Project and Alzheimer's Alzheimer's awareness, Alzheimer's Association, Alzheimer's Association. Those two are always going to be, and maybe the other two will change every year. Maybe that's how I'll do it. I don't know. Used to work with a small press and done a lot of anthology work in the past. Thankfully, all my stories are free from them now. Right? That's awesome. It's all good. We're figuring it out. It's just, it sucks. Perfect example of why they're making it just so. Yes. I'm not going to lie. The way I had done the math on my paperwork, I should have, if it had gone through correctly, I should have received it a couple weeks before the election. And like the tinfoil conspiracy theory part of me wonders if they held that back until after the election. Like part of me wonders. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Thank you. I would love that. Dark Project, if you ever make a video about your work with anthologies and how you've worked with anthologies in the past, definitely let me know because I want to go watch that to see what you say about it. Second book should be out between November 30th and December 4th. My book comes out December 3rd, so we book twinsies. Yay! Yes, Dark Project does put out videos. I haven't seen one in a while, so I have to double check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubbed me from your channel just in case I've missed them. But I also haven't watched shorts, and I think you were doing a lot of shorts there for a while, so I haven't been watching any shorts lately. I'm so far behind on regular videos, I've been skipping shorts. Because my license expired this year, no. I have hit that point where I even tried to renew it online, and apparently North Carolina has this thing where you can only renew it once online, and then you have to come in. And apparently I already renewed it online at one point, because when I went to go renew it online before it expired, they were like, you have to come into the DMV. And I'm like, I am halfway across the US. I kind of can't. Me too. I love binge watching channels. And the November writing challenges, no matter what challenge anyone is doing, that is when I find the most new channels. I have subbed to like 20 different channels, it feels like this month alone. It's probably not been that many, but it feels like it. And I'm here for it. I'm like, yes, bring on the new channels. All right. I think I've gotten to the end of the comments that I see. Yes, cool. Lots of people saying they just subbed to Dark Project. Yeah, woo, finding new people. All right, we're going to do another sprint. Because I want to do some more video editing. And like I said, I'm wide awake. I think at this point, my computer's probably going to die before I get tired, which is scary and sad. But here we go. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. What'd you do? How'd you do? Let me know. I did some more video editing. I am now... How far into this am I? Give me a second. I have total 54 minutes of footage, and I'm about 36 minutes into it. So, like, I've got a decent amount of footage. And there's a couple other clips that I know I will be making before the end of the month, because I will definitely do something with like Thanksgiving and stuff like that. So, like, there's clips I know that are going to come up that I will be adding to this. And it's already a good bit of length. So I guess it's okay that I lost a bunch of clips, because it works out in the end. And it's very much a bunch of random clips for the most part. There is a couple of talking points that are lengthy. Other than that, it's been a bunch of random clips, and I'm here for it. Like, the chaotic energy is great. Okay, let's see. Have so many vids. If you can't catch up on them, it's all good. I promise. It's all good. I'm glad you were setting music to videos. Love it. I'm here for it. How is your author channel different from your audio channel? Oh, I didn't even know you had 2 channels. I don't know which one I'm subscribed to. I didn't know you had 2. See, audio channel is for reading of public domain works, some original stories, mostly girlfriend roleplay, ASMR. I cannot speak now. It's a good thing I'm not doing dictation. Let's see. My regular channel, this one. Okay, I think this is the one I'm subscribed to. Is old crafting videos, newer author stuff. Used to have a ton of parenting vlogs up, but I unlisted them. You guys are making me want to go find the audio channel. Is it under the same name, or is it? Did I miss something where we saw a different name? Now I want to know. I'm gonna have to find it. Okay. I was wondering how they differed. I also have 2. Other one is mostly travel blogs. This one on now a mix of author content, some travel content, and some planning types of videos. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to do more planning type videos, but I have not done planning in a bit. Still figuring out what I want to do with the other channel since we're not traveling. I think that's supposed to be traveling. I may use it as a place to record our homeschooling. Oh, I like that idea, because I've always found, like, I wanted so badly to homeschool the girls. However, the pandemic showed me that was probably not a good idea. It did not go successfully. Now, granted, the homeschool program that I found that was the cheapest for me was also very heavily religious, which I did not know because it was not advertised that way. And there was no mention of how religious heavy as it was. It wasn't until after I finished paying for said course and started looking through material where I was like, oh, well then. And I don't have anything against religion. But there is a separation of church and state for a reason. And I don't agree that religion belongs in schooling. Religion as a topic belongs in schooling, but where your education is concerned, I should not be doing math problems where I'm talking about how many apples Jesus has carrying on him right before he turned water into wine, kind of thing. That was a piss poor example. I don't know why I did that one, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff that was in there. Like, it was very, very heavily religious in every component, in every subject. There was always a religious spin, with the religion being the good guys always in history. I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of times, I hate to tell you this, but the Christians have not always been the good guys. In fact, actually, the first thing that comes to mind, one of their history lessons was talking about the Crusaders being correct. And I'm just looking at this lesson going, I'm not teaching the girls this. So to be fair, the year that I tried homeschooling, I had a piss poor homeschooling program that we were using. And I was very bad at, trying to find something else to replace it that I could afford at the time. So it did not go well, it's safe to say. So homeschooling stuff I'm here for, because I want to know where I went wrong, because I know where I went wrong. My ex-husband is a peach, so I unlisted all the family. Oh, shoot. I forgot the timer's going. Okay, I'm going to pause that because I want to get through all these comments. Ex-husband made peace and listed all. The kids and I can still enjoy. I love that you guys are still able to enjoy them, even if they're not like publicly available. I started the other channel when we first started living in the RV and traveling, then started this one about a year or so later. Funny enough, when I share travel or lifestyle vlogs, they always get way more interest on this channel. I think it's because of the fact that I'm seeing more and more these days. This wasn't always true. A lot of advice videos are like, make sure you niche down. And these days, I'm finding that a lot more people are interested in broader scope channels. So like channels where you have multiple. This is just what I'm seeing. And I also know this is what I enjoy. But like, I'm seeing a lot more people talking about the fact that they want to see more videos where it's not niche down. They want it niched out and over a broader scale. And I think that's why some of these channels where someone is both an author, like an author tuber and a booktuber, like it's becoming more combined versus having separate channels, or like including craft and planning related stuff on your author tube channel or vice versa, and stuff like that. Like I think having the broader prospect, and I think it comes down to the authenticity part, where people are wanting to see how people really are. I think they want to see all aspects of the human, not just the one narrow piece of the human. That's what I'm observing. I have no idea if that's actually correct. That meant since we're not traveling anymore, no RVing. Okay, that sucks. I finished setting the music to my video. Yes, I'll let it sit tonight and export it tomorrow. Basically, it's done. Right, nice. And Dark got over 15,000 words. Woot woot. Okay. Dark Dominion. Okay, I'll have to go look for it. Or I could just let, JC, make it easy for me and let me link it and stuff like that. Yay! Which program do I use for editing? Video editing? I'm behind on comments, so I think you're talking about video editing. I use iMovie because I'm using a MacBook. Oh, the program that I was using for the homeschooling, you would ask me that. It's been 4 years. I bet you can find it with Google. Hold on. There we go. Oh, goodness. It does not. The Good and the Beautiful. The Good and the Beautiful. And it was because I'd been seeing a bunch of ads for it, and none of the ads told me exactly what it was. And had I done further research, I would have been more prepared. And at the time, I don't think you and I don't think it clicked. I think I was watching some of your videos, Stephanie, but I don't think I was watching a lot of them to realize that you were homeschooling. Or it didn't click when I started looking to homeschool. I don't remember. Because I remember after I had bought the program that I started asking you more questions about homeschooling. And maybe it was even when we get to the point where we were at the end of the pandemic and kids were going back to school. Anyways. Yeah, it was very interesting to see how they painted that in a good light. I was just like, you know what? Okay. Oh, yeah, this was Bible-based everything. Like everything. And I was just like, oh dear googly movie. Okay, a lot of time regular textbooks and add other things in. That's nice. Been doing it for 10 years. Whew. A lot more people will watch for you, not just, yes, that's what I'm finding more these days. I think I'm biased on the topic because I went to a religious private school. Wow, I really can't talk these days. Growing up, and I appreciated having the religion mixed in. Yeah, it's the forcing it upon people that I don't agree with, which is one of my main stinks from everything going on right now. But we're not going to get back into that. Yeah. Thus, separation of church and state. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, you were naming a random one. Oh, cool. I'm not the only one that didn't like it. Yay. when I first did author tour videos, I tried doing it completely separate from travel and kids stuff, but eventually got to the point where it was too hard to keep the kids out of the videos. I have gone through phases. So when the kids were really little, they weren't in a lot of my videos because I started doing this when they were like toddlers. So they were always like, I was filming when they were napping, or I was live streaming while they were napping. So they weren't in a lot of videos. And then we went through a phase where like they knew I was filming and they were like, I want to be in the video too. And then YouTube changed some of their stuff where they were like, they changed all the rules for the kids content. And I even have a video where I talked about the fact that the kids wouldn't be in videos anymore because of that. Because I didn't want, if I ever got to the point where I was monetized, I was like, I don't want to get dinged for this. And then after all of that cooled down, and my kids were obviously older, now the youngest doesn't really want to be in films. We try very hard to keep it. She doesn't mind the film portion because that is something that she already knows she's going to be in. But like when I do live streams, she does not want to be on the camera. And the oldest does. She is all about being in the film. She even has her own YouTube channel where she's been posting like videos about like, I think this gotcha creations, something like that. So like she's been doing her own little thing. In fact, actually, right during one of those sprints right before they went to bed, the youngest and I were watching her new video that she just posted up. And I was like, okay, explain this to me because I don't know what the fuck's going on. And so she was telling me about what was going on in the video. I was like, oh, okay, now understood. Cool. And yeah, definitely. I watch people's videos for them. Like it's their content I am here for. And there's some people I'm subscribed to that like they don't do anything but live streams, and I need to go back through and unsubscribe from those people because I don't attend a lot of live streams, and I watch more videos than live streams because of the fact that I want to see more of them personally. And I don't have, because of when I can watch videos, I don't have a lot of time to dedicate towards live streams, especially since most of the time I'm catching them after they've already finished. And so like I'll be working and sprinting to quiet, and then all of a sudden they'll start talking again. I'm like, oh god, I forgot I was listening to something. So yeah, I'm way more likely to watch a video if the person has really good or chaotic energy. I vibe with the chaotic energy. If I go back and watch some of my earlier videos, I was like trying my hardest to be all serious and like no nonsense. Like, this is the facts, this is what I'm doing, this is how we do things. And I'm like, this is not my personality at all. And nowadays I'm just like, I don't fucking care. You get what you get. You're gonna have to deal with it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. But like I'm not gonna say that I was a completely different person, but like I was more back then. The kind of videos I was trying to do, other than like the vlogs, like my videos were definitely more geared towards being serious, treating this like a job, and like you were seeing my work face versus my everyday face. You saw my customer service face in those videos. Kids choose to be in the videos or not. Jack is nearly 12 and is always popping into the background. Ileana is once in a blue moon. Yeah, see? Every once in a while, the youngest will be like, can you take video of me so that she can, because since we do live in a different state than the rest of my family is in North Carolina still, like every once in a while, I'm like, hey, kiddo, is it okay if I take this video clip for the family group chat? And she's like, yeah. She doesn't mind that as much. It's me posting them in videos that she's like, hey, can we not? And I'm like, okay, cool. So I will talk about stuff, like especially right now, I'm really proud of her. Last Wednesday, they just did they've done a couple rounds of practice shooting for archery. And last week was the first week of this season where they started actual target practice and started getting their numbers in. And so while she doesn't want to be on film for my vlogs for that or my videos for that, I have taken clips of her to send to family members. And then I just talk about it like I'm doing right now. And there's a difference between all that. I've actually managed to keep my daughter out of my videos. The most she will let me record is her peace sign with her 2 fingers. And she'll say hi every once in a while. So you can hear, yes, I remember that. Every time she pops in, I'm just like, she does exist. It's like, I know she exists, but at the same time, it's like, because of the fact that you've mentioned she doesn't want to be on film, it's just hilarious to me. When I say I keep my daughter out of my videos, it's because it absolutely does not want to be on camera. Yeah. My youngest used to. And I don't remember when exactly. I think the change happened right around the YouTube time YouTube started changing their rules. It also doesn't help that when we were at one of the locations, when we were living in North Carolina, we were visiting a friend, and we were at their house quite often. And this was right around the time that YouTube started changing their rules, which was part of the reason, like, my Facebook is private. You cannot see anything on my Facebook page unless you are my friend. I have no problem with getting friend requests, but you can't see shit on my Facebook page until we are friends. And I locked it down because of this reason. So there was this friend we would go visit all the time, and they lived right across the street from this at-home daycare center. Except for then right around the same time, YouTube started changing their rules about kids being on videos and stuff, the compliance thing. We found out that daycare was not a daycare. It was a front for a child pornography studio. Suffice it to say that if the friend wanted to hang out, I was like, hey, you're coming over to our place. We're not going over yours anymore. And I think right around then was when my youngest, who was just starting to get a feel that some people were not, you know how you're a kid, you can tell when someone's a good person or not. Like, you just get this feeling. Some adults get it. I don't always get it. I got it a lot more when I was younger than I do now. But I think that's when her something's not quite right here started kicking in. And that was about the same time where I told the kids, I was like, for a little while at least, you're not going to be in any of my videos. You're not going to be in any of my live streams. I will let you know when I'm filming. I'll let you know when I'm live streaming so you can make sure you're not in my videos. And since then, I think is when she made the decision she didn't want to be in my videos. And that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, kids can always tell when something isn't right. There's definitely been occasions looking back now, and I'm like, oh, something was definitely wrong and no one believed us. Okay, cool. Yikes. And then I'm around people now. I'm like, but they seem like such a nice person. Oh, it's very weird. All right. It is 2:00 in the morning for me. I do still have more video to edit, and part of me would love to finish editing this. How are you guys feeling? Do you guys want to do another sprint? Because I've reached the end of my comments. Yeah, finding out our friend's place was right across the road from a place was not fun. It was not fun. Thank you for commiserating with me, because that was the last time we went over to that friend's place. And the sad part is their house, like, part of the reason we were over there all the time was because we were working on renovations to fix up the house so that they could sell it. And there was even talks of possibly us buying it. And then after that, I was like, yeah, no, we ain't buying this place. Sorry. Not going to happen. Is my computer going to survive? It's at 39%. It will survive at least one more sprint, and then I'm probably going to have to call it the night, even if I'm still awake. So we're going to do one last sprint, and this is probably going to be the last one. So here we go. Yeah, I'm still awake, not going to bed yet. So sure, sprint, sure. Okay, cool. Let's do one last sprint. This is, like I said, this is probably going to be the last one because I need to go to bed. I really need to go to bed. And my computer needs to charge. So here we go. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Do. How did y'all do? I am actually getting tired. I'm finally starting to like wear down. You would think I would have been tired earlier, especially since like I try to go to sleep earlier than this. But I'm finally getting tired. The other thing is that I hit a clip that was a little more on the depressing side, and it's stuff we've already talked about on here, honestly. So it's all good. Good morning, Kay. Welcome to my channel. You got here right when I'm getting ready to end, though, because it's like almost 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I usually only stream until like midnight my time, but I wasn't tired. Everyone else had gone to bed, and I still had more video to edit. And I still do have more video to edit. I found more clips. I downloaded all the ones that I hadn't downloaded yet for the past couple of days. So I am now sitting at just under an hour's worth of footage total, and I'm got 6 more minutes worth of footage to edit until I'm caught up to where I need to be again. So yeah, I stream really late at night because I work nights and I'm usually sleeping during the day. But now I have to go to bed because tomorrow I do have to be like a daytime person and I have to run errands with the rest of the family. So we are wrapping up now. Unfortunately, I am sorry. But thank you for coming. I appreciate seeing you here. Oh my goodness. I'm just happy that I'm finally getting tired. Because had I tried to go into bed earlier, I would have been staring at the ceiling and trying to count, like, you know, all the popcorn on the ceiling without falling asleep. Oh, thank you for subbing. Thank you. Oh, goodness. StreamYard jumped when I tried to click off of it. Okay. All right. I'll wait just a couple more seconds to see how everyone else did. Hopefully I'll be finished editing this video. There are a couple more clips that I do want to add to it. So I haven't figured out. It's not going to be less than an hour long no matter what I do. Unless I like speed up some of the earlier clips where there's like less talking. I don't know. I have to figure out what I'm going to do. I might take some of the earlier clips that are like family time pieces and like mute them and just kind of put them at a faster pace, speed them up and set music to them. Maybe that's what I'll do. And then I'll shorten the video because it's already sitting at just under an hour and I have to add some more clips in. Oh, this is what I get for trying to do a month-long vlog, though. Sufficient to say that I don't think month-long vlogs are for me. I think I need to do like bi-weekly because had all those clips that I was struggling with that were like that I deleted basically, which were like there was 5 or 6 broken pieces to a single clip, and I did that a couple different times. Because of that, because of deleting all those, I can already see it now that if I'd kept any of those, if those had actually been full-length clips the way they were supposed to be, my video would be sitting at 2 hours right now. So, suffice it to say, I need to go back to doing bi-weekly vlogs if I'm going to do vlogs, or I need to shut my mouth. That's all there is to it. It's one of those 2 things has to happen. All right. StreamYard finally caught up. Let's see. Oh, wait, no. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. I was seeing you but hadn't before. Yes, I'm up later than I usually am. No problem. I'll try to support it. Well, thank you. JC is so sweet. Did my Duolingo because I forgot. Oops. And I played a game. Nice. Getting that relaxation, doing a learning and getting some relaxing in. I love it. My accomplishments this morning include not tripping over the dog and dying a few times and getting coffee. The dogs abandoned me. I don't even know when. It had to have been during one of the sprints. Because after everyone else went to bed, I still had the dogs around me. The cat just went off. Why did the cat? Okay. Apparently I still had the cat running. But all train of thought was derailed. No survivors. The dogs were sitting around me, and at some point they abandoned me, probably for my bed. They are probably sleeping in my spot. I'm going to read for a bit before I finally get to bed. Nice. I'm here for that. I have not read today. I probably should have. That's okay. I will not die. I haven't been on Duolingo for a long time. I keep losing my momentum from not good service. The not good service part I don't relate to at the moment, but the not being on Duolingo in a long time, I totally relate to. Every once in a while I go back to Duolingo to go back to learning French again and relearning the same 2 years of French that I took in high school. Every single time. I had like a 2-year streak going, and when we moved up here from North Carolina, because we were going in and out of signal areas, I lost my streak, and I just haven't touched it since, because I was just like, dang it. Don't shut your mouth. You must not be silenced. I will not be silenced. Used to do 2 vlogs a week, and perhaps I'll go back to that. I don't think my life is exciting enough to do 2 vlogs a week, but 2 vlogs a month. I used to try to I tried to do 1 video a week where I would do like a talking video, a vlog, talking video, a vlog. And that's because of the fact that I'm currently kicked out of the library where I usually film. I have been like not filming anything. When I have been filming, I've been having technological issues. Like I have not I have not been filming as much as I used to, but even so, I don't do a lot of stuff. So even when I do talk, it's mostly about like the issues I'm having with whatever project I'm working on at that time. And since I project hop, I talk a lot about a bunch of different projects in all the same video. In this vlog, I talk about like 1, 2 series and then 4 short stories. And you'll understand if you watch the vlog, because the short stories aren't very short. So yeah, it's great. It was my fault. I talked her into a sprint, which led to another one. We've done 3 since she convinced me to do that first one. It was great. I love doing sprints, especially since like the only time I get writing in is during my breaks at work. Not surprising these days. But the only time I really get like video editing done is during my own sprint. So I've spent this whole stream editing video and going through clips and stuff like that. So it's been very, very good. I like it. I appreciate it a lot. Yay for French! Duo is passive aggressively trying to get me back into the groove of practicing. I love it, sass. Took 4 years in high school, and as I'm doing, I wish I had taken all 4 years. The older I get, the more I look back on past self and go, what the fuck were you thinking? You couldn't last 2 more years. You would have had the same teacher and you loved her. Jeez, what was wrong with you? I have a lot to say to my past self about various things. She made some dumb decisions. Got to day 165, and then we were up in the mountain of Washington. Oh, that sucks. I feel that so much. I was doing Sunday night to Thursday night, then a weekend one. Oh, yeah, I remember that. And see, I don't film a lot on the weekends because those are my errand days, and I do most of the driving. So, well, I'm glad you enjoyed them. I just know I talk a lot, and I talk myself in circles sometimes. But I will admit this, the one thing I really like about vlogs, and this is from watching them because I can see it when this happens to other people, but just making them myself, it helps me a lot with anytime I think I'm stuck. Because as I'm telling people about why I'm stuck or what I'm working on, my brain starts clicking and I'm like, oh, I know how to fix it. And all of a sudden, if I am stuck at all, which doesn't happen as often because I switch projects so much, but not the point. The point is like, I'll be talking through something and ideas will pop up that are like fixing anything. And it's great. I love it. I also was writing more regularly. Nice. I just miss making video content because it's been almost a month now. I think it's been a month now since I've actually posted an actual video. I've been keeping up with I took a hiatus from live streams in October, and I stopped doing videos in October, I think. But I've been keeping back up with them now that we're back on them again. So I'm here for it. I love it. That I'm not interesting enough. Yes, but you are interesting. And so am I. We just got to keep telling ourselves that over and over again. I've seen a lot of videos recently where people are talking about like imposter syndrome. And it's really funny because every once in a blue moon, I'll get a whole bunch of videos that crop up because I have my watch later list so that it puts them in order by when they're posted. And like the past 3 days, some of the videos I've been adding, and they were all posted within like the couple days of each other, were all about plotting books. And then a couple of weeks ago, this was back in October, actually. I don't know why I said a couple weeks ago. In October, there was like a week straight where all the videos I was watching were all related to people talking about imposter syndrome. And I was just like, what is going on? Why is everyone mentally on the same page? Oh, I'm honestly the same and get a lot done through my sprints. Yep. 3 to 4. I don't usually do, this is going on almost 5 hours. I don't usually do a 5-hour sprint or a 5-hour stream. Like this is unusual. 2 hours is usually my max, 2.5 roughly. But like I said, I was wide awake. We were doing sprints. I had stuff I was doing. I was in the zone. And we've been chatty. And it's been great. I've loved all the conversations. We've had some great conversations across multiple different topics. It's been fantastic. And I love it. Me and my past self would have an interesting... I have a video planned because I turned 35 in March. And that's like a mile marker for me because I'm halfway to 40 and I'm halfway to 30. And everyone talks about like 30s and 40s being... those are those weird zones that everyone mile marker zones, and I'll be like stuck halfway in between. And I have a video plan where it's basically a letter to myself talking about all the things I would change if I could go back in time, plus all the things I want to do in the future moving forward. And I'm so excited about that video, and I'm like, I can't wait to film it. And I've been scripting it knowing that I'm going to add stuff between now and then. And I'm just like, I'm super excited about that video, and I can't wait to do it. My inner child constantly shakes her fist at me. Same. Actually, I make my inner child happy. We do a lot when we don't do stuff often, but like the family days that we do, and there's a lot more family day stuff in this particular vlog than what we normally do throughout the past couple months. The more so as a group than we've done in the past couple months, because lately, the past couple months, one or more of us have been doing something that is not allowing all of us to be together at one time. So there's been a lot more family day activity stuff where we're all four doing the same thing at the same time in this particular vlog. And I don't know if it's because it's a month-long vlog or if it's just because we've just had more time together. But that kind of stuff makes my inner child happy because we did not do that growing up. I did not hang out with my parents. I don't know about you guys, but there was definitely a distinction between I am the parent and I am the child. And there wasn't a lot of getting together to do things. We had dinner together sometimes. My dad worked nights. My mom worked early mornings. So honestly, we didn't get together for dinner a lot of times either. And the only time we really had family get-togethers that I can remember, it's very possible we did other things and I just don't remember them because my memory's shit. But the only times I can really remember us getting together and actually doing something as a group, as a family, was holidays and birthdays. That's it. Otherwise, it was either me and my sisters and my mom, me, my sisters, and my dad. Like, it was not all of us together as a whole entire family. And so my inner child is super excited that I do stuff with my family all the time, as often as I can. It makes her so happy. But other times I look at it's more me looking at my teenage self and my college age self, and I'm just like, you are a dumbass. You made the stupidest decision ever. Why? Yes, I completely agree. You are interesting. She doesn't. Whoops. I was shocked I talked her into the extra space. It wasn't that hard to do today. I say if you're awake in a few hours, come to mine. I'll go for longer for you. I am going to go to bed as soon as I'm going to get through these comments, and then I'm going to go to bed. But 8 a.m., if you do Eastern time, I will probably be on the road by 8 a.m. my time, which is 10 a.m. your time. I am probably going to be sleeping until 8 a.m. because of the fact that I've been up so late, and that'll give me like 5 hours of sleep, which is fine. I'll just go to bed early tomorrow. I'll just go to bed early tomorrow. It's fine. It's fine. Or today. Oh, this is EST. Happy inner child is a nice feeling. Yes. Every once in a while, I see videos where talking about breaking the cycle, and younger me never would have thought that some of the things that happened in my family were abusive or neglectful. But looking back now and seeing how I raised my children versus how my children were raised, there is such a distinct difference. And like, my husband was abused. His stepdad was abusive to him, and we've always known that. And he tries to be a completely different father. And there are times with both of us, there are times where I am definitely a lot like my mom, and he has to look at me and be like, Skye, you right now, you're your mom right now. You need to stop. And I have to look at him and be like, you're your stepdad right now. You need to stop. So we do have moments where we slip back into that. But I definitely feel like we are raising our girls a lot differently. There are some, I talk about my youngest being sassy. If I had said even half the shit that she says to my mom, I would have been going to school with like a handprint over my mouth where she'd slap the shit out of me. Only a hammerhead might pop in later. Get this guy worked so hard to be everything for my daughter. Yes. Definitely feeling that a lot of times. Also, I didn't do a lot of hanging out with parents either growing up. See, that's the weird thing, because like, I was always around adults. I was one of those kids that was always told, you're very mature for your age. And that's because I was a 12-year-old kid hanging out with 20, 30, 40-year-olds, because I was always hanging out with my mom where she worked. And at the time, around this age that I'm talking about, she worked at a horse barn as a, she fed and watered horses. She cleaned stalls. She turned horses in and out of the boarding barn. She worked at a boarding barn. And so we were always at the boarding barn whenever we weren't in school, or we were at our own ponies. And so we were always around adults. So yeah, I was one of those people that was always told, you're so mature for your age. And I'm like, nowadays, if someone said that to one of my kids, I'll be like, back the fuck off. She is a kid. Because it doesn't have the same meaning that it did back then. At least it doesn't feel like it. Didn't do a lot of hanging around with parents either. Gen X latchkey kid. Yes. Wasn't a Gen, I'm a millennial, and I was definitely one of those. We had to be in by the time the lights came on, but that was when I lived in one particular neighborhood. When we moved to the other particular neighborhood, there was no other kids. Like, we were the kids. It was me and my sisters. So that's it. Physically, emotionally, and mentally abusive. The more I look back, and it's one of those things where I'm like, my sisters and I talk every once in a while about things that happened when we were kids. And back then we didn't see it as abusive. And now we're looking back and we're like, do you remember when mom did such and such? And we're thinking back and we're like, oh, fuck, that was abuse. Oh, and it's one of those, it takes a moment for it to catch up with us. And then we realize that we were. It's not a great feeling. Not a great feeling to realize that. But we never associated that way growing up. We just thought that's the way things were. Kind of things. It's only as we're adults, and especially like me and one of my sisters. One of my sisters has 2 kids herself, and the other one has no kids and doesn't want kids, and that's perfectly fine. But especially me and the one who does have children, every once in a while we'll say something, and we're talking about how we've been raising our kids versus how we were raised, and we are like, oh boy. And 100% agree. Everyone needs all of the hugs because of that. My dad and stepmom were the abusive ones in my life. I was definitely different with my kids. Ileana is so sassy pants. I tell people that my personality now is completely different than when I was a kid. And once upon a time, I used to try to figure out why. Like, I couldn't tell when and where I made the switch, because I was very much someone who was quiet, who did not talk up a lot, did not have anything to say, was very back of the group, doesn't have any input. It wasn't that I didn't have input, it's just that I was so used to my input not being taken seriously that I just shut up. And so it was very much the quiet, shy kid. And I have done a complete 180, even after, like, when my husband and I met in high school, and he every once in a while is like, you know, you're nothing like you were in high school, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm free. It's so very weird. And there's a reason. And I don't think I thought about it too much until me and my sister started examining all the things and started going, some of these things were questionable. Love a good sassy pants. Oh, and the whole reason I was going into that was because of the fact that, like, my youngest is definitely an exact clone of me now versus a clone of me then. My oldest is more like me then, but she's not that way because we are neglectful or we're abusive or anything like that. It's just that's her actual personality. Even if we were not in her life, that's how she would be. Versus me as now, without my parents in my life, they're still in my life. They're not like cut off or anything like that. It's just I'm in a different location. I'm a very different me outside of their home. That's the word I was looking for. I'm a very different me outside of their home than I was growing up. It's complete 180. I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't have kids, I'd be the crazy aunt too, and I am here for it. And my youngest sister is the crazy aunt, and it's fantastic. I love her for it. And I'm like, every once in a while, I hate you so much because you get that title, and I want that title. And technically, because my other sister does have children, I can have that title. But I think it's a little different when you have kids yourself and you are the aunt versus when you don't have kids and you're the aunt. Don't ask me why. Just that's the way my brain thinks about it. Took her a little while to grasp sarcasm, but now it's her favorite thing, right? I love the sarcasm. I'm here for it. Every kid deserves a crazy aunt. Yes. I love that you call them niblets. I call my nephews, I call them the nibblings. And I totally stole that from someone else I'm friends with on Facebook. She started calling her niece and nephew the nibblings, and I'm just like, I'm stealing that. She's like, go for it. I'm like, yes. And I started doing that because we thought that she already had a boy, and we thought she was pregnant with a girl. So I was like, I can't, if I'm talking about them both, I don't want to say nephew and niece. I don't want to say niece and nephew. And so when she started using nibblings, I was like, I'm stealing that. And even though it's two nephews, we still say nibblings. I just send them home with noisy doors. Been there, done that. It's both the parent and the aunt. Been on the receiving end and the sending end. I was super outgoing and cheerful kid growing up. Then thanks to one line from my stepmother, I stopped. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. It was the passive aggressiveness that was more so than anything else. It was the snide remarks. It was there's one time that sticks out in my mind that I'm forever grateful for. For my mom for, where the snide remarks and the passive aggressiveness came into play and in my favor. I had at the time, I was much thinner back then. I was a kid and we had horses and ponies. Our horses and ponies were boarded a mile and a half from our house. And after we got off the bus at the house and dropped off our stuff, we had to walk down to where the ponies were to feed and water them. That was our afternoon chores. We got a lot of exercise, and that's not including all the riding we did. So one of the things that happened when I was in middle school was we had a counselor who insisted that I was anorexic, even though he saw me at lunch eating not only my lunch meal, but sometimes if my friends didn't finish their meals. I was raised that if you didn't waste food, like that's the way I was raised. If there was food on your plate, you were still hungry and you ate that food. So he was convinced that we were being starved at home because of how much I ate at school. And I'm like, no. And he wouldn't listen to me. And he finally confronted my mom, threatening to call CPS. And she basically gave him a mental slap across the face and said, you fuck off. And I was like, go mom. But that's the only time I can remember the passive aggressiveness working in my favor, or the snide comments, because I don't remember exactly what she said. It's been too many years. But I know it was enough that I was just like, for a little while there, I was like, that's what's up. It was great. It is very different. Because you can't break the rules. Yes. I have a lot of those moments where I'm just like, it's those moments where you want to laugh and you know you can't, kind of thing. It happens all the time. Love it. Nibblings is super cute, and I love using it. And it works for both nieces and nephews. It's not gender specific. So I love that. 1 cup of coffee brain can't grammar this morning. I don't drink coffee or tea, and I can't brain half the time. So we're good. I have caught up to the very last comment that is showing on StreamYard and on Facebook. Not Facebook. Jeez, why did I say Facebook? YouTube. So, no! Wait! Nope, I don't drink coffee or tea. I have a 2-liter Pepsi here. I drink Pepsi, I drink water, and I drink Monsters. And I only drink 1 Monster a day because my dad actually, within the past like 6 years, was recently diagnosed with a heart condition that I cannot pronounce no matter how many times he tells me. And he talks about some of the symptoms he has, and I'm like, oh great, whenever I have more than 1 Monster, that's what happens to me. This is fantastic. Doesn't matter if I spread them out, doesn't matter if I sip it all day long and spread it out across a full 24 hours. I cannot do more than 1 Monster a day. So yeah, I usually drink 1 Monster a day, and that is my wakey juice. That is my coffee. I don't even drink the coffee Monsters. I just drink the original green Monster. And that is how I survive. My husband does what is a mixture of cocoa and cappuccino, and every once in a while I'll take a sip of his, and that's it. Wait, I skipped some. Hold on. You guys are so mean. I love it. Celsius energy drinks when I really need. The youngest asked me the other day, she was like, when can I start drinking energy drinks? And I was like, oh good, we're gonna have this conversation. And I told her, I was like, okay, so here's the deal. I was not allowed to have Monsters until I could buy them myself, which didn't happen until I was 16, even though I was 14 when I got my first job. And that's going to be my rule for you. I would prefer that you do not start drinking them until you're at least 16. However, if you buy it yourself, I am not going to stop you from drinking it. And she was like, what about Red Bull? I was like, Red Bull is an energy drink. That's the same level, kid. Same level. You guys are being... Oh, goodness. Celsius drinks, Monsters, Dr. Pepper, coffee, vanilla cream. Oh, coffee with... I read that as coffee and vanilla creamer, and I was about to ask you why you just drink it straight up vanilla creamer. No coffee. And this is how I am with no coffee. Imagine how I would be with coffee. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine the chaos that would be? That would happen? I see all your single word letter peoples. I see them. I'm watching you. I don't think I've had the Celsius energy drinks. I'm not a fan of Red Bull. My husband drinks Rockstar. If Rockstar's doing a deal on their drinks, lately they've been having like 4 for $5 kind of thing, which makes them almost $1 a piece. So he's been getting those. You guys with your last words, single letters. Oh goodness. 200 mil. I don't even know what my monsters have, and they're in another room, so I can't check. I'll have to check how much caffeine are in them though. Yes, I can imagine the chaotic energy. I can't do energy drinks too often because it makes my heart. Yes, that's exactly what mine does. I'm pretty certain that in a couple of another maybe 20 years, if that, because of the fact that I drink monsters, my dad was very much drinking coffee, whereas I'm drinking monsters. So I don't know which is worse, honestly. But I have a feeling that I'm gonna get diagnosed with the heart condition he has. See if he's told me recently what it was, because I've asked him multiple times. Because anytime I have to go to the doctor and tell them my medical history, I ask him. I'm like, "Hey, I know you've told me, but can you remind me what it actually is called?" So I always have to get updated with what it is. And nope, I haven't asked lately, apparently. Except I thought I did. Oh well. It starts with a T. Tacky, blah, 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 blah. Something like that. I thought I'd asked him recently, but apparently not. Maybe I asked by text. I don't know. Anyways. This one. That one. Yes. Did I skip some? Okay, hold on. I did. Haha. Can't do the original Red Bull flavor, but the flavor ones are great. Speaking of original, that's the reason I drink the green Monster, the original, because to me that tastes like green apple. I'm the only one apparently that thinks that way in my family. Everyone else who's tried it, because even the kids, we allow them to take sips every once in a while of various things we drink. Yes, that means including alcohol, because they're in a safe space. We know where they are. We know what they're doing. Don't come at me. But everyone in my family is like, how do you taste green apple? I'm like, I don't know, but it smells and tastes like green apple to me. And I love green apple. So I'm going to keep my original Monsters. Husband is the same. Can't have coffee. Coffee actually has health benefits if you don't drink in excess. Yes. There has been studies. Yes. My dad's doctor actually did recommend that he drinks coffee, just not a lot. And he had to be within a certain parameter for his heart condition not to kick in, basically. But if you don't drink it in excess, how are you? I have low blood pressure without symptoms, so that's probably why I can't drink 2 to 3. I can drink 2 to 3 cups of coffee plus energy drinks. Yes. Tachycardia. It's one of those words. It's one of those words that if I see the word, I can pronounce it. I couldn't remember it without seeing it. And there's 2 other words that are tagged along with his specific condition. It's tachycardia. Yes, that's the overall. But like narrowed down, there was a word in front of it and a word behind it. But tachycardia was the one I was trying to remember. Ooh, good to know, because I might have I work in a clinic, but I don't work with doctors. I am a housekeeper. I have nothing to do medical wise, so it's fun. Okay, I have officially read to the end. I have caught up. It is 3:20 in the morning. I have to get some sleep, guys. You guys have been amazing, and I love you so much, because all the conversations tonight, every single topic we've covered has been exceptionally fun and great. And I'm going to go to bed now. I'm going to go kick the dogs out of my spot, and I'm going to lay down, and I'm going to try to get some sleep, because in like 5 hours I have to get up anyways. So I can go on run errands, because we have to drive an hour one way to go run errands through the snow. So, all right. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Usually I have a whole outro. I don't care about it tonight. It's too late in the morning. I'm just going to go to bed. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you for joining me. All right. End the stream. Bye, everyone.